Hey everybody, sorry, hey everybody, today is Monday, December 9th, and we're back to another MTG Arena live stream. So let's re-roll this to start with. So we need to play white or blue, which gives me a good excuse to either try out my new deck, which I think is fine, or work on my blue deck. Here we have, over the weekend I played decent amount of Magic to get up in levels and get more packs, and really am spending a lot of time grinding. I also was experimenting in a decongestant pill that clearly did not work, even though I took one last night. So, yeah, a lot of time is being spent on this stuff. A lot of time on Magic, and very zero time, let's just be honest, has been spent on any pre-recordings. Although I do have something to show you that I wanted to kind of just show off as we I've been working on a project for I started working on a project. So let's see, this is 5, and then this is 5, and then this is 5. So I believe this would be where we are. So yeah, almost certainly we're gonna get the full mastery for whatever that is really worth, whatever these art styles mean or anything. I'm fairly certain we didn't get a pack or anything when we filled out this tier of the mastery, or any kind of deck or anything. So it seems like it just happens, and then that is that. We have already done our monthly ranked draft set, so I don't see a reason why I would want to come back and do this, even if this wasn't the same thing. I'm fairly certain this is the same thing we already had done. I don't really know where you would go with this next. Like, if I was gonna do another ranked draft this month, I don't like, what would I even be looking for? Would there be possibly a ranked draft that would mix War of the Spark and Ravnica and Guilds of Ravnica and Core 20 and Eldrin all together? I don't think so. Like, I think at that point that's what a cube is. I did actually see what a cube was. It's when people build their own, like, custom drafts with hand-picked cards, which I think the idea of a cube probably does have more appeal than just opening several packs of randoms. It has more appeal to the players. Certainly doesn't have as much appeal to Wizards of the Coast. And in a funny way, there's a let's just try Liliana's Legion, since we've got that. Like, there is a video I haven't watched yet that is this hour-long discussion video talking about, titled Wizards of the Coast's 5-year plan to get rid of paper Magic, and I was saying that on Friday. It's like, yeah, just because of recycling laws, like, I don't think it would be in 5 years that Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro would be forced to get rid of paper Magic, but eventually I think it will happen. Like, I totally think there will be a point in which toy companies are specifically targeted for making wasteful products that get thrown away and damaged very easily, and they are going to be told that they can't do that anymore. So yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised if Wizards of the Coast isn't at least smart enough to realize that they need to to establish Magic Arena as potentially the backup plan if they lose their primary money-making source of printing cards. And I guess the other thing you could certainly do is you might get out of some complaints or some regulations if you converted it to a living card game in the paper format instead of printing massive amounts of trash, like draft trash cards and lands cards. Like, it would be a very funny situation if somebody went to a game shop and asked if the game shop had magic lands, for instance, just basic lands, and they said, no, we don't have that at all. It's so rare, or we don't keep that in stock. That would be kind of crazy. Considering how basic lands are by far the most trashable cards. You just have tons of them always, and in a digital format that is a lot less of an issue, certainly, but in the real world it is just forever flooding the trash bins of game shops. Alright. So I wanted to show off and yeah, I do work on maker projects and try some other things. Little projects I've started doing for the past couple of years. After making a Raspberry Pi and programming it exactly how I wanted it to be. A retro Pi to play old video games. I was able to get a decent sale for Adafruit products, which I'm still waiting for the products to arrive. But they definitely, but the programming itself doesn't need to start before the equipment starts. So I'm working on an HTML5 web page that's a setup web page for what is a Adafruit Huzzah 32 Feather, which is best as I can tell, and it is kind of cryptic. Let's see. Are there any flying creatures in the graveyard? No. Those are just spells. This will allow me to scry. Okay. This could defeat this, and then I really wouldn't have too much damage to do. So I'm just gonna keep on doing no attacks. So as far as I can tell, the Huzzah ESP32 is like the top of the line as far as just processor and having built-in Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Development circuit board, it's effectively one big chip and a bunch of pins that you can connect to get digital or analog inputs. Some of them are analog inputs, some of them are digital. Like, for instance, one of the pins is directly connected to the battery connector that it has on it, and so you can read the battery of the device. And what I'm trying to build is a digital sign using an e-paper attachment screen that would be incredibly battery efficient. And I'm going to try and tie in the second circuitry to just shut down the equipment and then wake it up after a very precise amount of time. In fact, my hope is that to get the time set so well that I wouldn't really need to run a network connection, to run like a network like if I don't have to return and look up the network -2. If I don't have to look up the network time protocols and do network resolution, that's just more processing power that one doesn't have to focus on. None of these cards amass after the fact. So I could draw more cards with these guys. And we'll probably start doing that. And then this is going to start doing damage anytime anything dies. Yeah, that seems like there's a problem with this deck. Like, it does not strike me as particularly useful. That has Death Touch. That could bring that back. And otherwise we can just, let's see, just go ahead and do that. Like to keep that in my hand, but I need to bring back this. And let's see, let's go ahead and attack with this one, and let's go ahead and attack with this one, and then hold this one in case there's an emergency. Let's attack with this one, hold this one, and attack with this one. That seems like that's a good combination of cards to play with. So yeah, I'm making a setup HTML5 software to set up like some branding so people can put their own logo on the door screen, and it will link towards a like ideally it will link towards a calendar, iCal file, and look up appointments, and then show that the next appointments for that day happening in like a conference room or in someone's office. There is something similar to this. It is incredibly expensive. Even when I'm building, because I got an e-ink screen with 3 colors, which the third color is red, and it probably doesn't need that, it's a little too expensive. I may also find that the battery life is so good that the add-on circuitry to make it go into a deep sleep, basically shutting down the entire thing for 15 minutes and then starting it up again, may not really be necessary. That there's very possibly not a big deal between having to charge your device once every 3 months and once every year or so, and adding another $10 piece of equipment for that may not be necessary, but I got it just in case. The device and the screen itself are incredibly small, so it's going to fit kind of easily into a circuit box. I think we could probably do better than land, but maybe land is exactly what we need, so I'm gonna hold on to it. Play this. And so now this one's gonna attack, and otherwise we're gonna have a problem. And I can give that -2/-2 all I want, but that's not gonna help anything. Yeah, we're kind of in a stalemate situation. This is a flying creature. I can bring that back, and probably should. Wait, do I not have Gravekeeper? Did I somehow lose Gravekeeper? Yes, I did. Darn it. How did that happen? Well, that sucks. Let's see. So it'd just be -2/0, so that wouldn't kill anything anyways. See, and the problem here is you've just got this. It's 29 health, 1 card to no cards. We can draw some more cards. So one of the problems with the e-ink screen is just an incredibly small amount of resolution. 104 by 212 pixels. Is incredibly small. They are sharp images. One can grant that. You're not going to just see a right. So how much would this cost to draw a card? 3. So it's better to do this to draw a card. Let's see. Draw another card. Put another death touch creature on the field. It's just a bunch of low-end creatures on the field. This is a problem with Magic Arena or Magic Gathering in general. It's just there's a lot of ineffectual cards when you're building a ineffective deck. Just low-end creatures that can't attack, and there's no reason to attack and try and get them killed unless you've got something like this on the field. Alright, I will take that. I guess this is the game changer. Return that to the hand. And amass 1. And then draw a card, I guess, while we're at it. And then put that on the field. And amass some more. It's all about getting that zombie up. Alright, so next I'm gonna just go all attack, and then I'm gonna see if he defends with anything, which he pretty much has to. Well, he doesn't. I mean, he could certainly just let it all through, and he probably still would survive. Yeah, seems like he's gonna let it all through. Alright, that blocking, guess makes sense. That blocking. That blocking. That blocking. What can we really kill? Alright. So we reduce the amount of damage that would do, so that it doesn't kill that. And then that leaves me wide open to lose next turn. Pretty much. So yeah, I'm still early here, but I've gotten some code that will generate a QR code here to a calendar link. I've gotten it down adjusting QR standard settings to smaller for it to be 100 by 100 pixel, and I'm thinking honestly I probably need to make it even smaller than that, because this is the general layout of icons I would like to use, and these are 32 by 32 theoretically images, and 32 by 32 means that with the 100 images pixels left after this 100 pixels have been used for a 212 wide screen, means I could only get about 3 of these icons before I'd have to go and do a second row to do another 3 to do a third row, because there's here clearly more than that. And this is 32 by 32 text, and so that's not all gonna fit, and clearly this would be here. But the code does work, so if I come over here and look at this, if I start just typing in gibberish, it is, and I haven't done extensive testing on this, it is adjusting the data on the QR code by liveness, which is pretty cool. And that will then, just for ease of use, be converted to a JSON file, JavaScript object, and because of doing that, then the information will be literally just saved as a bunch of 0 and 1s without any like encoding as text. That way there's less middleware and setup that has to be done, and it can just be sent as a group of pixels that are intended to be sent to the e-paper screen, which you can send, I think, bitmaps to the e-paper screen, but drawing it directly, I intend to use a software. A MicroPython is incredibly limited in its libraries compared to CPython or just regular Python. But I intend to use the library called FrameBuffer, which will draw the image into a buffer first, and then draw the entire image on the screen at once, since the intention here is to have the screen only refresh every 15 minutes. Having a screen refresh every 15 minutes or so also puts you in a weird position where battery sampling and reporting and Wi-Fi signal and stuff like that, and that kind of reporting is not something that you can really do much of. This is interesting. Lose life, and in 3 turns I'll lose a bunch of life. If it weren't for the fact that this now should have well, actually, then this should attack and give me something. Does he even have a death touch creature? Playing as a white guy? No, not really. Alright, so we've got this and we've got this for any flying creatures. So I think we're good. Let's just attack, attack, attack. We've got plenty of these actually. Attack, attack. We don't really need these. Why is this not being given lifelink yet? Because it has to resolve? Alright. So, lifelink, yes. That's an odd choice. He's going with. That was an odd choice for sure. And then I can draw another card. Hey, if I next turn I can play murder. Just get rid of this guy completely. And then that gets rid of this guy at the very least. I wish I had 2 murders, frankly. So yeah, I've been just working on the general concept, the general flow. It was certainly a back to the old days of programming. Back to the bad old days of programming. My computer locked up for one reason or another while I was programming, and I lost everything. Not a huge deal, but losing your session on Chrome when you have hundreds of browser tabs open is a pain in the butt. Certainly, and having to recover from that took some time, and losing my code at such an early stage wasn't really a big issue. There's a lot of experiments and just, can I get this to work before I even start to look at the code and go, alright, what can I now remove? What can I make this the most streamlined, the easiest to process things, because I fully intend to turn the processor down in the Huzzah 32 to its 80 megahertz CPU cycle, and use as little power as possible that way. 47. Well, I mean, if he's got a way to get around that, he could win. I just don't see how he's going to get around anything. He's drawn all these cards. He only has 14 cards where I have 29. So let's go ahead and scry for that. Alright, so start with murdering that. And then there's 15. Alright. So he's got 15 1/1 lifelink things. And this is totally makes sense to attack with that. And I could probably attack with that, but that's kind of it. So let's just kind of leave everything else where it is. Because he has 15 1/1s, he could try and just overwhelm me. Alright. So that gets him up to like 55. There's some insanity in this, but it's also super slow. Let's face it. Like we've been playing really slow here, and I feel like that's part of the problem with this deck is that it's just not an aggro enough deck. It's too much of a late game control style deck that is not my style, not the kind of thing I'd want to play. The only thing I could really do is if I can convince him to draw 7 more cards, and I don't think I'm going to convince him to do that before it's game over. Alright. 71 of 74 life enchantment. This is ridiculous. Alright, well, we hit that. We hit that. Then we hit that. And then we hit that. And what else do we really need to do anything else? Because this would do like 5 damage. We can kill that. Certainly, that's fine. So then that's 1, 2, 6. Yeah. Let's just do that. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking there. But he may have just died enough to... Yeah. My own card defeated me. Alright, well that sucks. I got a reward of nothing. Thanks, game. That makes me feel special. Alright, Liliana's Legion's not gonna work. Let's look at Azure Skies and see, like, we're gonna have to really do some big effort here, unfortunately, to just decide what cards we want in here. Draw cards. Blue probably should be all around the concept of scrying. Target player puts those 4 cards in their library into the graveyard. There you go. Merfolk Secret Keeper. Let's try that. That's a way of irritating people and ruining their strategy. It's not really an attempt to mill. But it is something of interest, to say the least, to just try and get rid of. Let's see, and then -6 if you have more things in your card. See, this is not bad. Flash and flying. Let's see. Scrying for the Wishing Well probably not that useful as an artifact. Targeting something that's red or green. Any card that's targeting just 2 other colors is kind of crazy. That's a side deck card, clearly, instead of a regular deck card. Let's see. Whenever you cast a spell on your opponent's turn, get a +1/+1. It's probably not a bad idea. We'll probably find something better. Zombie massing. It's probably not the right thing. Draw a card for 2 mana and proliferate. Maybe, but probably not. You may choose a non-creature card you own from outside the game, reveal it, and put it into your hand. So from your side deck, you could get cards. I think we tried to play that at one point and it didn't work very well. But we now have like really fancy art styles on it too. Let's see. See. Well, Folio of Fancies would be a deck milling card. That might work, but would be kind of crazy. That's not too bad of a card. Of course, anything I add comes with the problem of being something that then replaces something else, which if I'm gonna make somebody draw a bunch of cards, then there probably is something to all that that's going to be rather difficult. See, now I could put something crazy into the field, into the graveyard, and then bring it out, but I would need to know what that crazy super powerful card is. That really just brings it to your hand. It doesn't bring it to the field. Come to look at it a second time. Let's see. Artifact creatures. Animating fairy. So this could turn a land into a... What does it say? Target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 0/0 artifact creature. Put 4 +1/+1 counters on it. I think is what that says. That's still not bad as an idea, although it does use your land up, as it uses something else besides land, which that'd be interesting. Charmed sleep. Just that's basically pacifism. Draw a card every time this enters the battlefield with flying. That's probably not too bad. Let's see, I think we probably should get rid of Didn't Say Please. this would just cast artifacts from the graveyard. So if there was some really great artifacts, this would be great. There is a strategy there. Janus, JC Planeswalker. I don't think I have that. A 3/2 that does kind of nothing might be better than some other things. Just playing basic cards that don't have any ability. Yep, we're basically doing a deck rebuild. Yeah, I really doubt I have enough cards to play a strategy of trying to make the opponent run out of cards, though. I think you basically have to have all the cards if you're going to do that, and it would have to be a very well precise designed deck, and you probably still wouldn't like here's JC. If you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you win the game instead. Target player puts 2 cards in the library into the graveyard, draw a card, draw 7 cards. So yeah, if you were going to play that strategy, it would have to include that for sure. And it would just be this draw cards, draw cards, draw cards, and make yourself run out of cards. Let's see. Something like that. This really feels like this is going to quickly become a joke deck more than a actual attempt at winning. But number of cards equal to your hand. Draw 3 cards. Yeah. There still is something very much weird about the amount of cards in a deck in Magic. It's like draw X number of cards, tap non-land permanents your opponent controls. Alright, and then we're getting into multicolored things. So let's look at what we've got here. We have mostly a blue-white deck that could return a creature. I think we were mostly just going with flying. So if we get rid of the idea of just flying and go with draw, it will be crazy. Certainly. Yeah. But we're so far away, so get rid of flying creatures. Do we want to get rid of things that aren't drawing? Or because some of these are just graveyards things too. Proliferate to draw a card. Don't have more of those. Artifact. This is an artifact we could play, so we could make that happen by putting things in the graveyard. If we go back and get the Lady of the Lake card. This is a counterspell card, which I think means we could get rid of that, although it's slightly more expensive. This puts it into your hands. Don't need that. 7 more cards in your graveyard. I think we can actually play towards that strategy. Get rid of that. Target non-creature becomes that. That doesn't really synergize. This draw card does. That probably is not something we need to bother with. Keep that. Counter target spell. And put more things in the graveyard. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We're at 90 right now. Get rid of that one. Get rid of those. And that. And this. And we'll see if we want to keep her Aldrich banner. Probably. Let's see. I think we could probably get rid of these. I only have one of those. I think I want to keep all of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Unexplained vision. Draw 3 cards. See Artemis All Seeing. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. See, whenever Artemis All Seeing, well, whatever, I clicked on it. Something about if you had 6 different mana cost cards in your hand, you would win the game. That's a crazy, like, Exodia victory there. But it's not something that I think I would want to do. Alright, so then that gets rid of planes. Bring that up to 12. And I think at that point probably would be better to get rid of all these lands, but let's think about that first. So then I want to come back here and just type in draw and think about let's see, put that in the field. Draw a card, then discard a card, plus giving a +2, which seems probably better than what this is. So, get rid of that. This seems like this would be easy to equip in my deck, so take a bunch of those. Scry one, draw a card, scry one, draw a card. We can either have the old opt, which is pirates, or the new opt, which is just a spell guy. I guess I could have both, frankly. Wishing Well, scry 2, sacrifice to draw cards, proliferate, draw a card. Take that. Yeah, I wish I had more of these. Draw a card, jumpstart. Jumpstart means I can play it from the graveyard. That would actually be useful. Draw a card and return something to the opponent's hand. See, and there's no way they remove this card from this deck as it is. There we go, that. Probably that. Counter a spell, draw a card, maybe. Draw 3 cards for 5. Here's this one. You may reveal your hands of cards with at least 6 different converted mana costs are revealed. This way the player loses the game. I like that idea. Can I put that on a side deck? Sideboard? Let's just put that there. Yeah. And let's go ahead and get rid of that. I don't know why you would need sideboards with land, but why not? Then we didn't even look at any kind of like artifacts that might be useful. Three mana to get a white or blue, and then sacrifice to draw 2 cards. That might be a little bit better, but probably not. Let's see what this one is. This is blue or red to draw, sacrifice to draw a card. Blue or green, sacrifice to draw a card. I have like no strategy at all. Yeah, okay. So nothing there. And then there was something about artifacts. That I wanted to look at. This. 1 less for each artifact you control, which makes this particularly cheap if I can get more artifacts. This would almost convert artifacts to things. We do potentially have some artifacts that we could convert into creatures, but that would be such a late game concept. This creates artifact tokens. Is there not something better we could do? Untap creatures. That might be the best thing I can do, is something like that. We could put that in the field. Can't play that. This is probably another example, having all these like artifact things. It's probably just another great example of like, I should use my wild cards to make artifacts, but it's not 100% certain that that's the right move. And it's been a long time. It really does just take an hour to look at the cards and try and figure it out. And this is all kind of just like very much a solo experience. It's not super interesting to look at these cards and try and learn these cards when other people are watching. And this is definitely not something I ever had to really do with the Hearthstone. Like, I kind of knew all the cards and they were self-explanatory enough that you could just kind of ignore them. There's the card. Flying first strike artifact creatures. Guess this is an artifact creature I could play. Not sure it's something you would want to play. Well, I think that's probably as much as we can do. So I think we get rid of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think we just standard 24 cards. Does that sound right to me? And then we're at 110 out of 60, so we've got to decide, do the cards do something useful? Tab, draw a card, and then discard card. Nah, that's not that useful. Equip gets +1/+1 when you draw a second card. It equips for free. That's alright. Top 4 cards of their library into the graveyard, but that's a target player, and that's not really. Like, are we really going with draw a card, or are we going with yeah, that's the question, is that are we putting things in the library, or are we drawing cards, or are we scrying? I think we're drawing cards, not so much putting things in the graveyard. I think we can get rid of that idea. Let's start with the most expensive things, actually. Draw X cards. Whenever this enters the battlefield, you draw X cards. Whenever you cast a blue spell, tap target non-land permanent your opponent's controls. That really doesn't have much to do with drawing cards. Otherwise. 3 blue to draw. To scry. Number of cards in your hands. Draw. I'm gonna get rid of discard cards. That's what I'm gonna do. We want as many cards in your hand as possible. So we'll get rid of Artemis Owl. You want to keep that. That's a graveyard card. We'll look at these artifacts in a second. That's a draw card. Let's draw 3 cards. This is an artifact that would be in your graveyard. I don't know if I need so many on that. This is not playing towards that strategy. Let's draw a card. -4 until the end of the turn and draw a card for 3. This is not what we're going for. It's just counters. So that's not something we're going for. Like, I only have one of these when I really need multiple of those. Get rid of that. Okay. So then it comes down to proliferate. I don't think we need to proliferate. And then that brings it to 86, which then it just becomes a matter of what gives you mana as an artifact. Get rid of that. This would be useful. It's not too bad. These all would draw for mana and sacrifice. This is cost 2 mana to give you 1 mana. That's useless. Yeah, so we'll get rid of that. That's 84. So now it becomes a matter of just how many of these do we need. Let's get rid of one of those. Let's, I guess, get down to one of those. This is a pretty expensive counter card to draw. So probably get rid of that. I don't think we need more than one of those. And since we're just trying to get rid of things, probably could get rid of these two. Get rid of that. Now we're at 72. Get down to one of those. That gets us to 69. What else can we get rid of that we really would want to get rid of? Well, I don't think I should get rid of 9 islands. So let's get rid of that, that, and then we'll kind of just have one of everything. So do I want this? Yeah, I don't really need that many. Alright, there we go. There's a new deck. A pure blue deck. Took us practically an hour to get to it, but yep. Let's see how this works. This probably is going to work terribly also. Let's just be honest. Probably terrible experience, because it really synergizes around having every card possible in your hand. And there's a certain way that that's going to have to play out in particular. Because if it doesn't play out the right way, I'm just going to end up discarding a lot of cards in my hands. So playing this first turn doesn't really betray that this is mostly around just to draw a card. And having this on the first turn is not terrible. Let's see. Now, they very possibly will start to see some synergy now. Because this is going to get buffed up every time we draw a card. Or every time we draw a second card. This starting hand was pretty good though, like totally enough everything. This, and then whenever you cast a blue spell, tap a target non-land. So getting this guy on the field early could just tap this and this every turn. Of course, we just gotta play, and if it's not gonna play, it's not gonna play. So, if the opponent's not gonna play, I'll just start looking at the news, because there's plenty of news here. Not only do we have a decent amount of news that has happened just on this Monday, we also have leftover games, and hopefully my network is working pretty well. Like, I think it's pretty much back to where it was at this point, and it really was a lot of Cloudflare issues, more than anything else. But there's also a possibility that in my changes I made things worse. I did update my DDWRT custom router firmware, and yeah, update it once every 6 months or so, and you'll barely get any changes, which is fine. Like, you really don't need your software like that to power is equal to the number of cards in your hand. Yep. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done as far as encrypting DNS, just amongst programmers and people arguing about whether it should be encryption over DNS over HTTPS or DNS over TLS. Theoretically, it should be DNS over TLS in my opinion, but there's been a recent push for HTTPS, but I'm not sure WRT is going to bother to support that, because it has some flaws too, and really is just nerds arguing over a lot of things. Alright, blockers. We can block one of them at the very least. Alright, so this, and then this, and then this, okay. Now, what do we want to do? Kind of nothing you can do. We can attack certainly, but not ready for that. And we're low on health. This could draw, I guess, 4 more cards next turn. Or we could put this on the field, which is probably the better move. So, moving on, we have a game here called Winter Warm Summer Grass. It's tagged with nudity as a free-to-play thing. So looks like this is possibly a Japanese visual novel, but also very possibly just a somewhat well animated Chinese visual novel. It does seem like if it's free to play, it's probably not that high of a quality or length. Let's see, English only, but it says it's a Japanese otome horror visual novel, so a young maiden horror novel. But if it's in English only, that's very weird. Very, very weird. I like the art style though. I can't hate it. This is kind of like a traditional Japanese thing, I think, to black out the faces of people that aren't important, or but yeah, there's kind of nothing to say here or do, because you're in that position where it's a free game, so check it out if you're interested, and if you're not, whatever, move on with your life. Speaking of moving on, probably should have blocked that with that, but we'll see. this had trample. I did not realize it did. Okay, this, and then, let's see, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I do 5? No, I can only do 4, I think. Yeah. 4, 6, 7. Yeah. Which you play this strategy. And this is a commander, but it's a different commander, so it doesn't affect that in any way. So now this has a base power of 7 that I can't really do anything about. And now I could start buffing things up like crazy. If I could play this next turn and not lose, that is. Which almost certainly I am gonna lose next turn here. Let's just see how this works. Here we have a 4-3. So let's hit that. Let's go ahead and hit that. Let's go ahead and hit that. Or, now we could hit that with that. And maybe not block with that one. And then instead block that with that one. Okay. This. And then this. To tap this. Okay. Ooh, can I win right now? Because I have 5, 6 cards. Let's go ahead and play this actually first. Was that a spell? So just draw one card. Then I'd have to pay 2. I can't. Alright. So this only works so much as I can draw. I have to pay twice as many as I would want to draw. And I guess I want to attack with this one. Let's see if we can actually get to an in-turn scenario here. Probably can't. Probably gonna lose. Just, I guess, boils down to what his one card is right now, and then what I can do next. And what I want to do next. moving on, we have an article here from Gamma Sutra. Bethesda has halted development on Elder Scrolls Legends, which most people had completely forgotten about. I don't think Elder Scrolls Legends had a chance, to say the least. I just don't think it had a chance to compete against the theoretical mobile game that's coming out. Let's see. So do I want to put this on the field and then draw a card? Go ahead and tap that.
I'm up for a challenge.
Target player puts 2 cards of their library with the card.
Let's think this through.
Would this be an instant? No. Interesting, I'm just tapping things. Alright, now. Draw. See. So I'm gonna draw 4 cards. And I need to pay 6, so I don't think I did that right. 1, 2. Yeah, pay 4. You see, that puts me at like 11. So, do I want to attack with this? I think I do. Somehow here I've made a new deck that actually seems to have some kind of strategy. It's still slow going, certainly. After spending an hour building the deck, still feels like they could pretty easily do 2 damage to me with just a spell, particularly since I've had him draw cards anyways. And yeah, I'm not going to make this guy run out of cards or anything like that. Okay. So we've got a block, and you've got a block there. Which then, let's see. How can we do this? Start by using this ability. Make this guy get rid of some more cards. So whenever you cast an instant, so let's cast an instant. So what do we want? Definitely don't want this. Probably should put that on there. Put that on the field. Put that on the field, I guess. Can't really do anything else. So I'm getting a good game from him. I think he's realized that I've managed to do everything that needs to be done here. Either that, or he's got some solution to what I've played. Come on, are you gonna play, or is this just gonna go on forever? The way this animation happens is weird, to say the least. It does have a kind of weird balance to it. Because you have kind of a like before each phase, and possibly even after each phase. So while it's depicting 5 phases, in all honesty, it's kind of... why could I not? Because of that. Alright, that's why I couldn't block. Alright. Well, I kind of buried the lead. There's apparently a new BioShock game in development. Let's talk about that and then wrap up this recording. Gamer Citra has an article here. 2K opens a new in-house studio to work on the BioShock franchise, which is to say they are just now starting to think about making a new BioShock game, and that's the 2K IP that's thinking about making it, whereas Campfire Games, I believe, is what Irrational Games is called now, has no interest in it, and Ken Levine, I believe, is the main person who is in charge of it. And let's be honest, it's not like BioShock Infinite was heavily similar to BioShock 1 and 2, and frankly, I don't think BioShock Infinite is anywhere as good as 1 or 2. It just got a lot of hype, and it had a slightly interesting ending that has just now been so overhyped it's hard to even really appreciate it. So 2K, it's surprising that they haven't already, and almost certainly they have had some development going on in-house for a new BioShock game, because you just would not want that franchise to die, and starting a new studio means that they're restarting, and it feels like it's been about 6 years since Infinite came out, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's another 4 to 6 years. So it'll probably be about 10 years in total before you even see a new BioShock, like a 10th anniversary, maybe remaster, return, reboot of the series. There's certainly concepts from the BioShock franchise that have proliferated, to use a magic term, around into other games, but the actual story, the Andrew Ryan story, like, I don't think too much more that can be said there. There wasn't anything that really could be said there even after the first game, and it's not like there is any more Ayn Rand stories for Ken Levine to read and get obsessed about to make something like BioShock. So anyways, the way this is being reported is that the studio has reportedly been working in the past 18 months, which, okay, good, that's a year off the 4-year development, a year and a half off. It will operate from offices in San Francisco and Montreal. The idea that it's been working in secret for 18 months probably means that somebody's been thinking about the general pre-production work of the game for 18 months. San Francisco and Montreal, basic default places where video game companies happen. Let's see, industry veteran Kelly Gilmore oversees this new development team, Cloud Chamber. as global studio head and has spent 20 years working in the games as an executive producer, marketing director, and PR manager on titles like XCOM and Sid Meier's Civilizations, neither of which of those have anything to do with a Bioshock style game. Trapdoor founder and former Zynga general manager Ken Schachter, interesting name, will be assisting him. I don't even know what you want in a new Bioshock game. You just kind of want that gameplay, and the story kind of can't be continued or can't be touched. You can have a genetic horror Frankenstein style game, which is really all Splicers were. It's just, this is genetically modified Frankenstein monsters for a new generation. In fact, if you just made something like a Frankenstein game where that would kind of make more sense. But if you're going to try and tell a story and create an environment, doing it in something like Rapture or I can't even remember the name of the city in Bioshock Infinite isn't really going to work. Bioshock Infinite 2, particularly in its story, was all over the place because at a certain point you had a ghost of the mother running around. You had so many things that had to be ham-fisted into a generic explanation of multi-dimensions. It was just it's straining credibility, whereas in Bioshock 1, while there were a lot of questions, there was at least a level of consistency. The weirdness that you saw was always splicers, and splicers were always created by using the Eve, which was never explained to great effect. So yeah, I'm not. It's certainly not a time to hold your breath for a new Bioshock franchise. Like, it'd be nice. It is almost certainly heavily inspired by the fact that System Shock Reboot is in development, and that's really where I think most people's attention would go, is that we would play a new System Shock that is modern and play that, and then any Bioshock is going to be a latecomer to the party. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to MTG Arena. Today is Monday, December 9th, and we are testing out a new blue deck I built, and maybe we should give up on that since we've already done the daily quests. I'll try one game with it more, and then I'm going to go back to my black deck, which wins. And wins are still like really short and hard to get. And it still is like a lot of effort on a daily basis to play this. More secret layers. They're really just drip feeding these secret layer boxes, which like have 5 cards at most in them. Some of them have like 3 cards, and they really are just really fancy art being sold very cheaply. But there is this Earn Throne of Eldrin promo packs in store. Click to find a local store. So I guess you have to go to you have to go to a local shop to get promo codes to get the promo packs. Interesting. And this would just launch into a new browser page. So, yeah. That's... yeah, I just launched a new page, which cannot geolocate to where I am, but it's trying to, and so it was given a random place instead. Yeah, I definitely would not be the one to be going to a local store, for sure. That's something that I would not ever really do. That's silly. Like that's getting incredibly dangerously in too deep with Magic the Gathering. I would love those promo codes if somebody got those promo codes, because they do go to a local store and they wanted to DM them to me on Twitter. That would be great, but certainly not something I want to spend more time on. I'm already constantly now for the past 2.5 weeks, and probably for just the winter season, you know, seasonal affective disorder. I don't expect to be particularly effective or efficient at all until February or something. Just the winter season seems to slow me down. So I can put this on the field next turn, and that's what I would want to do. May just have too much islands. I may actually just have the right amount of islands. So this blue deck is all about drawing cards. Can go ahead and attack, so I might as well. So we can do a face race. Moving on with the news, we have a Gamatsu article here. Tokyo Games, led by Danganronpa and Zero Escape creators Kazutaki Kodaka and Kotaro Uchikoshi, 4 projects underway. One of them is an anime. So apparently, this new game company has been announced, but I swear I've seen this art before, and I think I've seen all of these arts. I would guess this is the anime game, not game. This definitely looks like it's a Danganronpa inspired thing. So, Project 1, a game with Kodoa and Uchikoshi, joint scenario limited despair. I'm not sure if this new company means that they're leaving the old company, or if they're just jumping around. Project 2 is the anime, where everyone is a villain. Okay. And Project 3 is a game, a child's death game by children for children. Sure. Okay. And then Project 4 is a Spike Chunsoft X Tokyo game, dark fantasy. It almost seems like what this is a joint production company more than anything else. I got a free victory there. They just conceded immediately, which I will take that gladly. And move on. The screenshots look interesting, but there's no big details there other than the names of Japanese creators, and that's interesting somewhat, but not amazing. And not really useful. Next, we have a game on Steam called Rimuage, I assume is how that's pronounced. Melty Sensation. This is another one of these VR rhythm games where they have 3D anime girls dancing and doing their J-pop thing, and you're waving around sticks doing a pattern thing. I really don't think this is super interesting to look at from the way it looks. And what's funny is it seems to be that is exactly how a lot of fans who actually go to the concerts in real life in Japan kind of do it is that they are given these light up sticks and do swing them around to the rhythm, and it is a much more active ability than what you would or active event than what you would kind of normally expect from a music concert. And there's, I think, something to be said that's nice about that, actually, because as somebody who doesn't go to music concerts, I would be slightly more interested in going to a music concert if I knew I wasn't just going to be crammed in or sitting in chairs next to other people who are just going to be screaming or kind of not doing anything. See, this is looking good. Of course, if I put this on the field, it's gonna have a power of 0 until I can draw more cards. Let's just do no block. So anyways, this VR rhythm game is 99 cents. I think they are mostly now at this point just advertisements for J-pop groups. Full audio Japanese, interface English. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all this is. And I don't know if it's a real J-pop group or this one says it's licensed by Square Enix's well-known IP Azura Undergirls, which I've never heard of, so that's probably something that is very niche. Right, attack. Let's go ahead and just attack with this one. That way if this one decides to attack, it will be blockable. Well, honestly, this one would be blockable too if it doesn't buff up. So yeah, at 99 cents it's not really a VR game worth mentioning unless you're just a huge fan of J-pop. And then I guess if you have a VR headset and are a huge fan of J-pop, there might be some crossover there, and then that would be a cheap, I imagine, short experience. I wouldn't be surprised if it barely has one song in it. Maybe it only has like 2 or 3 songs in it. I would, for 99 cents, I'd be a little surprised if it even has a full collection. Okay. Well, we play this. And we play this. And let's see. +1, +2. And that was kind of hard. That was hard to equip. So I got some cheap damage in there. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Frog Detective 2, Case of the Invisible Wizard. Now my immediate question here is, was Frog Detective 1 a successful game? Because I don't remember. I remember it, and this is $4.49 English only. It says this is a short game. I feel like the first one was also labeled as a short game. So rated very positively. It is on the wish list, but then it goes, this is a short game again. So they are going with the strategy of, we're making short games, but we're going to charge $4.49 for a short game, discounted. I'll put it on the fall list, but it is kind of in a weird position too, where would I want 2 short games that cost $5 that seem to be kind of kid-centric games, particularly now with the whole YouTube Copa stuff and all that happening. That my purchasing decisions are gonna be slightly different now, as far as do I buy kids games or do I buy mature rated games. It's a lot easier to just always buy mature rated games. Alright, well, this sucks. Let's see. Whenever you draw a card, attach Master of Tides to something. So it moves around. Mantle of Tides. So I can't really even do anything. I can kind of attack here, but then I can't defend, so I can't really attack. Child's Play Charity is one of the year's top 10 CNN heroes. Okay. So, yeah. This will play on CNN, I believe, in a few days or weeks. I don't think Child's Play Charity is particularly a bad charity by any means. So it's not like I can really say too much bad about it. Like, in fact, I can't really think of anything bad to say about it at all. So this is a weird situation for me, as I'm pretty aggro. You're playing kind of a combo strategy in the sense that you've got to just keep more cards in your hands. Because if you don't, you're going to lose. Alright. So wait. Flying, draw a card. Well, yeah, draw a card. Are you sure? No, that was a mistake. No, that's fine. And then you kill that. And then you kill that with Death Touch, and then it dies.
Stay on the trail. I've had enough of you.
down. Just the last. We'll create great things, you and I.